Okie dokie then. Hello, hello, there we are. Hello, Twitch. Hello, is YouTube up yet? YouTube is not up. Takes a long time to like initialize a stream on YouTube for some reason. It's not built for it, I suppose. Not like Twitch is, at least. Yeah, so yesterday... Oh my goodness, my dog is barking already. So yesterday I was working on... let's get some music going. Some rainy sounds. Love me some rainy vibes. Yesterday I was working on changing up my auto attack system a bit. I'm getting dual wield to work, and I successfully... Oh no. Wait, what the heck just happened? What? There we go. What was that about? Yeah, there's my auto attacks. It's happening very fast, and the transition between two different attack animations is a little jarring. A little jarring. But that's okay. We're gonna work on that a little bit. And I've been just kind of looking into auto attacks and like trying to make some decisions about my combat system. And how I should handle it. And I was looking up like how does WoW how do they blend their auto attack animations? Because I know like it doesn't exactly match up on WoW. In WoW. Like there's just a swing timer that deals damage. And then the animations just try to match up with that, which is kind of opposite from what I have. Which is, what I have is something more akin to, click a button to start an animation, and then the animation deals damage at a certain point. And then I'm just doing a bunch of stuff to speed up that animation to match the weapon speed. And this is definitely not the final implementation. I was just trying to get something to work, basically. And I did get it to work. But this actually, what my system here aims to do is to make sure that the DPS is the same, and that an animation always happens for every weapon swing. And I think it does that. But in trying to do that, the animations are very fast. They're very sped up a lot of the time. What is happening here? Did print the network state. So one of these wasn't true. What is not true here? Do I have one of these tags? So wait, I click stop auto attack. Okay, click again. Start auto attack. Start main hand attack. What is happening? Bro, this was working flawlessly yesterday. Oxys. I mean, it's got to be the is attacking, right? Well, it's got to have one of these tags. Let me turn on the show ability. What is it? Like ability system. Show debug. Yeah, I gotta look up what the command is for showing the ability system debug. I forget it every goddamn time. Here, show debug ability system. There we go. Okay, and then what do I... Hang on, there's like... Oh no, I have to type something else to go to like the next section or something like that? Hang on, I'm looking through some docs here. Ability system debug next category. Oh, so annoying. Can't even type either, so that makes it even more difficult. Okay, so I have main hand weapon swinging on. I can see that now. Okay. Why is that still on? That should... Oh, the abilities never ended, did they? Okay, hang on. Let me check this out. Okay, let's look here. Let's look for end ability or something like that. Yeah. So they both ended. I think it's probably when I stop the auto attack. It also stacks it twice, the tag. Yeah, see, now it's stuck. Okay, so we're not clearing the tag. We're not clearing that tag. Enough. I guess some ability, because like it should do that when the ability ends, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, the abilities did end, but I guess there's just too many tags on here. I mean, no, it should probably stack multiple tags. So when one ability ends, it doesn't take the tag off. It's interesting though, like what is... Something's getting out of sync here. Yeah, is this something I should fix right now? Probably. I feel like we should. Yeah, let me look here, because the ability... should probably also change the name of that tag as well, because it's no longer just the main hand. I wonder if I should, when stop auto attack, when this, I do get main hand weapon stop attack, and it does cancel the ability, and stopped attack happens. Stop attack. We just cancel this primary action ability. Does it cancel all abilities of that class? Ah, that would be why. Yeah, that would be why. Okay, so I guess are there any other cancel ability handle, cancel abilities? Because right now that's null. Yeah, and this should probably just be happening in... I don't have a reference to it though, actually. I don't have a reference to this ability anymore. I could just do ability system components, cancel ability with tag. Well, there was a cancel abilities. Can I just do one of these? Can I do one of these? No, I can't. God, initializing these tag containers. It's quite annoying. Can I do this? No. I can do that though. With tags, what are you complaining about? It needs to be a const pointer. So, I mean, I can just create inline one right there. That should be good enough. Okay, so that'll probably work a bit better. This return a bool? No. But maybe this will more accurately cancel them. I mean, maybe this will, maybe this won't fix anything. It still canceled the abilities. Still canceled them. Still plays the animation, but it doesn't like register the damage or anything, because the ability isn't there to like pick up on the animation notify. Just spam it a bunch, see what happens. Yeah, it needs some work. Yeah, I think I need to change from the... Because right now I'm controlling it all from the animation blueprint. rather than having some sort of like central location to control it and tell the animation blueprint what should be happening. Well, we don't get stuck, I don't think, and that's kind of... We don't get stuck. The animations just look terrible, but that's okay. So yeah, here's all the math I was trying to do for that yesterday. Yeah, but the question I've been asking myself through this is like, one, how does vanilla WoW try to do this? And what I would prefer if I were to do an auto attack system is I would prefer to always have the weapon swings dealing damage, or at least as much as possible, and have that damage match up with the swing. And so maybe you'll have to sacrifice some swings and just show damage. But you can at least, the swings that you do show, they should at least look and feel tactile, because the damage should show up when they swing properly. Because like a lot of playing WoW, like damage numbers just kind of pop up sometimes, and the animations lag behind, which is something that I want to avoid. And I feel like I can essentially do that by telling the server just to wait. But multiplayer stuff isn't something that I've gotten too far into. Just something I'm keeping in mind. But yeah, I've just been asking myself, are auto attacks even good? Should I even be bothering trying to... I mean, I think the work I'm doing is not going to be lost work or anything. Jesus. Oh, it like, when I ragdolled, it queued a bunch of them up. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's no good. Yeah, that's another thing. It's like, I'm gonna have to... Yeah, what had queued those up? Because there should have been some block tags there, right? Where is main hand attack allowed to start? Ragdolling was a block tag, so how did it queue those up? Yeah, our auto attack's good. I was reading trying to find some resources on what players think. This is an Ashes of Creation forum post. And I guess Ashes of Creation is not going to have auto attacks. Like, every bit of damage that you see, or every attack you see your character do, is a button that you'll have to press, and people are kind of debating about whether that's good or bad. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the alternative systems are like having some sort of like fallback ability, or like some sort of basic attack, or maybe like a builder spender type of ability system, which, you know, that's definitely a way to solve it, right? Just always have abilities that are able to be pressed. But one of the reasons I like WoW combat, or at least vanilla WoW combat, can't speak too much on behalf of retail. Is because it's chill. It's really fucking chill, and it's more tactical because of it. Like I I prefer games that focus less on mechanical execution and more on tactical execution. And I think the auto attack tab target type combat system does a good job at that. And you know, is it really because like there is something to be said for you press a button and your character does an ability and it deals damage, and that's true the entire time because that's going to feel very responsive and very tactile, and it's going to be engaging. That's for sure. More so than a tab target auto attack system. You know, I guess tab target is not necessarily related to that, but that could just devolve. Some problems I see with that are either A, the basic attack no longer feels good to press, because if you're pressing your basic attack, that means all your good attacks aren't able to be used, and your basic attack is just going to feel like a wet noodle. And so it's not going to be very engaging, and you're just going to be sitting there spamming it, not really making any decisions or anything like that. So, and that could be, you know, the corollary to that kind of a situation would be that you're just sitting there auto-attacking, which I would agree is also not very engaging, but at least it gives you cognitive downtime where you're not sitting there, or a bit more cognitive downtime. Not that sitting there spamming a single button isn't cognitive downtime, but it gives you some time to chill and just let things happen, and you don't need to sit there focusing on your mechanical execution of spamming a button, which, you know, probably not a huge deal, but I think it's a something to be considered. Or the other thing that can happen with that kind of system is you would just need to have like a bunch of other abilities, and you would need to game design around the fact. You would have to game design around never really, or almost never needing to use your basic attack, so that it doesn't, because it's going to feel bad to use your basic attack. Or your normal attack, or whatever. It's going to feel bad to press that button. And so it's like, do we just press that button automatically for the user, right? And you could even, like, you know, do you want auto attacks to happen while other attacks are happening as well? Or do you auto attacks just kind of fill in the gaps if other attacks aren't happening, right? This guy saying Swotor auto attack he never uses if I run out of skills to use. So it sounds like that's what I never played the Old Republic, but sounds like auto attack. It's not something that happens in the background. It's an ability you press when you have nothing else to press. Which I think that's like the middle ground between these two systems, right? But he said there's always one spammable low or no resource ability for the classes to use. But then again, that ability would be, it would feel bad to press, right? That would be, what is this guy referring to? Vertec. While it may not feel that bad to continue clicking for every single attack, carpal tunnel is a real thing. Preventing it is much better than recovering. Did I scroll past where I was? I did, okay. Well, I don't think this game will have much spammy combat. Nor do I think we'll need to be spamming any sort of basic or auto attack. I had no pain at all until Black Desert came along. Yeah, that's always the game I use in my head when I'm thinking about MMO combat systems. Like, that's the extreme, and I actually quite like that game. I think a few very bad decisions ruined what could have been an actually pretty good MMO. One of them is the pay-to-win aspect, and the other one is the item upgrading. Like, those two ideas absolutely tank that game. But yeah, that's like, you get like a once a day you can redeem like a little like login reward to get like an hour of double XP. And so you always grind for an hour every day, and that hour was so tiring to me. Even though like in WoW I can grind for hours and be totally and have fun because it's more chill. And it's not even that spammy, you're just always pressing buttons and you're always doing combos. And because it's also an aspect of having that timer, you want to be as efficient as possible. Like, there's no chill time because you want to get your max hour out of that grind session, your max XP per hour. So I think that also plays into there. But like, if it were WoW, I mean, it's more so just like you're forcing the player to do that for an hour, kind of, right? And the game was kind of set, like, there's no max level, and so people are always grinding for EXP, and like you lose it when you die and stuff. So it's like, it's a cherished thing, which also plays into that. But I think it would have been better, like, that hour wouldn't have been so tiring if it was a WoW type combat system. This person is proposing a weapon attack, like an auto attack chain. You press a button, it deals 3 attacks in a sequence. I don't know, that feels awkward to me, in my mind. It's like, I don't know, that seems like the worst of both worlds to me. Yeah, these kinds of decisions are really going to impact my combat system. And the thing, so if you think about only having auto attacks in between other skills, you also have to think about the execution of that at a technical level and how that impacts a player gameplay experience in terms of, like, you may want to weave auto attacks in between skills, or you may not, and there's going to be a very mechanical execution related timing there unless you do a technical design to prevent that, which would require some additional thought and code. Or you make it to where auto attacks are all like your abilities are just always magnitudes better than your auto attacks, so you would never want to do. You never, like, the auto attacks are truly filler. Like, if you get them, that's fine, but you would prefer to not get them because that means you're pressing your abilities. But if they're gonna be, if your auto attacks are gonna be that low in terms of damage and impact, like, why even have them? You only have to break down, like, what are the auto attacks providing to the experience? Because, like, for myself, like, I always, especially playing melee classes in vanilla WoW, like, I don't know, I always loved auto attacking, like, especially if you went from like a warrior to like a rogue, or no, maybe something more like a paladin to a rogue, because warriors can dual wield as well, but like you get that dual wield on a rogue, and you feel like you're just shredding through targets so fast. Even though you're not, right? It's not that much of a kill time difference, but it's more so just like your guy is attacking faster, so you get that vibe. Yeah, I am gonna BRB real quick. Oh, yes. We are back. Still thinking about auto attacks here. It is a rarer and rarer thing, just like this comment is saying. Everyone seems to be going towards the action combat now, and I gotta say, like, I think we're missing out. And I know, like, tab targets, auto attack, kind of, but not fully, an aspect of technological limitations. Another thing to consider is the starter experience, right? Because if you don't have auto attacks, and you don't want to, like, bombard the player with a ton of fucking skills right at the beginning, right? The devs say something to the effect of, we don't want set skill rotations, we would rather have you react and use the right skill for that moment. Yeah, I agree with that a lot. And that's not saying that there can't be skill rotations, but I think Kevin Jordan was talking about it in one of his streams one time. And he said when he designed classes, he never designed them with a rotation in mind, and that's how they are designed now. And you can see it in a lot of Blizzard's work, too. You can see it, like, go play Diablo 4, every fucking class has like 3 or 4 rotations to pick from, and it's like, yeah, they're all in abilities that, like, okay, you know, take the barbarian for example. You can do like a fucking stun build, you can do like a bleed build, you can do a crit build, and you can just like see it so clearly in every single talent and ability that they have that it's just like, okay, like I like, it's kind of like telling you what to pick at that point. And like, there's a little bit of wiggle room and experimentation in there, but it's just an example of like how different Blizzard games are now. Like, all the classes in both retail WoW and Diablo 4 have specific rotations in mind. Whereas in vanilla WoW, you know, like I said, Kevin Jordan, the original class designer, said he never developed the classes with rotations in mind. He developed classes, and I'm paraphrasing heavily here, but he developed classes with a toolkit, right? Oh, I gotta get rid of my fucking message here. With a toolkit, and he would think about, like, what does this class need to round out its toolkit? What does this class need in order to bring something unique to the table? What does this class need for flavor? And make sure that there's a little bit of overlap, but not too much, in between utility and stuff like that. And then he just let the rotations define themselves. And, you know, we can see that pretty clearly, the difference between playing a Frost Mage versus playing like a Feral Druid. I don't know what the Feral Druid rotation is, I just know it's pretty intense. And I know what the Frost Mage rotation is. We all do, right? we all know that rotation. But hey, we had a lot of mages in our guild in Classic, and they seem to enjoy the game nonetheless. Yeah, I think there's probably a better middle ground than just only spamming one ability. I mean, I played a Warlock, so I spammed 2 abilities, which was Shadow Bolt and take healer mana. My take healer mana button life tap. Again, this is a forum post from 4 years ago, so probably a lot's changed, but a good discussion to get the game design juices flowing, I think. I don't see how you'd have a system where you're building up to use your big spender move, not be a rotation. Yeah, true. I mean, rogues definitely have a rotation in Classic WoW. Lord of the Rings Online had a system of chains and counters, at least playing a Guardian tank class. Many skills unlock certain other skills or augmented them when done in order. Yeah. Yeah, I commented the same thing. If you have an attack chain based off one button, it's a little unintuitive. Could feel a little wonky there, a little unresponsive. Getting locked. I hate getting locked in an animation. That's why I hate playing Dark Souls and Elden Ring. The combat to me seems so clunky and so unresponsive. And I think a lot of the difficulty comes from like they also have like an input queuing that like locks you in to the next animation, even though it hasn't even started yet. And you've changed the button that you're pressing and you're spamming, so. Pushing 10 buttons not different than pushing one button. He's talking about in terms of muscle fatigue here, but muscle fatigue is not the only thing we should be talking about. It's cognitive fatigue as well. And pressing one button the same amount of times as pressing 10 different buttons is going to be less cognitive fatigue. As far as being annoyed and pushing the same button all the time, yeah, I mean, I think auto attacks also kind of change up the vibe between classes as well. Because, like, you don't auto-attack, really, if you're playing a caster. You have wand, but that's very rarely. That is the true filler, right? That would be the, you do that when you don't want to spend mana on something. Or if you need just some quick, tiny damage to finish something off, I guess I'm thinking about it in, like, a raid. When you're just fighting mobs out in the world. You're just fighting mobs out in the world. As a warlock, you use your wand a lot. You just dot them up and wand them down. Or drain life, unless you're drain life tanking. You still use your wand a little bit, but playing a caster in WoW is like the middle ground of like auto attacks. It's like the analogy the guy made to the Knights of the Old Republic. Want to go? This guy's typing a lot out. I love it though. Want to go over WoW class specs? Now we're talking my language. Fire Mage had 2 spammable abilities. Cast a lot, eventually run out of mana. Scorch and Fireball. Yep. You push that one fireball button a lot time after time. You're hoping for fireballs to crit twice in a row to get a free pyroblast. You were looking and hoping for fireball to crit twice. I don't want to go into all the game mechanics, but you're waiting for crits so you can start a sequence of abilities. That could end up with casting 3 huge fireballs in a row. Quite a bit more than what I said, but the point is you were kind of on the edge of your seat waiting for that sequence to start. Yeah. So you're not just clicking the ability, right? You're clicking the ability and inspecting the outcome. And keep it so there's cognitive engagement there. I guess so. He's saying you were spamming fireball all day, but just because, and he's making that the equivalent of a basic ability. Does not have to be annoying. It was fun, and so the difference here is that the basic ability is the majority of what you're doing. So the basic ability isn't actually, it's not basic. It's just that is your ability, right? And then you get like a super special ability, which is like the pyroblast. So the ratio matters there. I have to fucking BRB again. God damn it. Okay, hopefully that's the last time I'm interrupted. Hopefully. Yeah, I was in the middle of reading this guy's like WoW breakdown, which I was actually interested to read. And I was thinking, you know, maybe a good middle ground for me would be, you know, I have auto attacks. Because essentially what I'm trying to do is, like, decide what do I need to do now. And I think maybe if I have abilities, I want it to take over. Like, just cancel whatever auto attacks are in progress, do the ability animation. And I guess with that there would be some sort of, like, weaving. Unless I just made, like, instead of canceling whatever auto attacks were in progress, like, letting them still playing the special ability animation over it, but, like, still making the damage go through, I guess. And that way, it could be, that could create, like, a little bursty situation, though, if you timed it right. Let's read about the prot pally here in this guy's comment. Prot pally, this class also had a fill-in spammable ability, but it was not used very often just because it was fill-in when the other cooldowns were down. That ability was Flash of Light for the prot pally? Are we talking about vanilla WoW here or a different one? A low-level heal in the case of a tank, but if you're waiting for cooldowns to come back up because you burned through, then just cast a few Flash of Lights to do some self-healing and help heal her out, and then some of your cooldowns come up. But all in all, I guess only using about 7 to 10 times per minute, so not very often. Interesting. Yeah, I played Wrath of the Lich King a lot. I played Classic a lot. Didn't play ABC a lot. What else did I play? I played Legion a good amount. I played BFA a good amount as well. And that's about it, I think. So I don't remember a time where... And I used to play a prot paladin in Wrath. So I don't remember a time when I was casting a Flash of Light in the middle of tanking. In this example, we have a class. I mean, that's kind of it turns into the scenario of there being a but there's also auto attacks. It's like there's basic attacks and there's auto attacks. In this example, we have a class with quite a number of abilities that have low cooldowns, 3.5 to 15 seconds. So most of the time, you were busy pushing those buttons and using Flash of Light as a fill-in ability, so as to not waste time. Now let's get to the annoying part. In my personal opinion, that is. Frostmage in Warlords of Draenor. Okay, so maybe this is a Warlords of Draenor perspective this guy's given us. Time period after Prune and Revamp. What happened was you were basically casting Frostbolt forever. Just like Fire Mages. Just like in Classic as well. But in this particular case, most of the time you're casting Frostbolt waiting for a proc Brain Freeze. Yeah, I do remember that ability. So Frostbolt did push Brain Freeze button, and that's all you did. There were other abilities that the cooldowns were so high that they could hardly be considered part of the rotation. The spam ability. So the difference about, yeah, I mean, it definitely was spamming, but it's like, what's the quickest cast time is at the WoW endgame? Like 2 seconds? So it's not like spamming an auto or a type of weapon swing that could be less than that. Still spamming though. So yeah, if you're going to press one button 50% of the time with very little strategy, then it can be very annoying. put it all together. So just because you have an ability that can be spammed doesn't mean you'll be spamming it all the time. So this guy's kind of defending not needing auto attacks. Yeah, I still lean towards wanting auto attacks, just because I think it increases the amount of chill a game has. When I played a Rogue in WoW, I spammed the same button a lot. I really did get fatigued. Yeah, I'm sure Rogue is probably the outlier in WoW, because I'm pretty sure their global cooldown is actually quicker as well. Yeah, and you can use auto attacks as a part of the game design. For sure, like the Paladin's auto attacks in vanilla WoW were impactful, but such to didn't quite work. I guess just in my game I would prefer, because like you need the player to always be able to do something even when they're out of resources for their good stuff. I think everyone, regardless of their stance on auto attacks, would agree with that. But the difference is whether that's spamming a basic attack and one button click equals one attack versus just your character filling in that gap for you by auto attacking, whether that be in the form of swinging your weapons or shooting a wand if you're a caster, or maybe in different games it's just some sort of generic magic bolt or some shit. And I guess I just lean on the side of like having my character do that for me rather than needing to press buttons, because it increases to me it increases like the tactical nature of the game, or it can. Other things would need to happen as well, but it reduces cognitive load a bit. It reduces mechanical execution a bit. But I think it just drastically increases chill. Like, I don't need to be sitting here spamming a button while my guy's auto-attacking. I can look off the screen, right? I can give my eyes a rest. That's another thing where, when I was playing BDO a lot, I would do that 1 hour grind sesh. And, I would get eye fatigue like a motherfucker because my eyes were just glued to the goddamn screen going from pack to pack. Yeah, I mean, spamming an ability can be interesting and fun. I do agree with what this guy's saying, but a couple things to note there. One is, for some reason, like in Diablo 4, there are basic attacks, and like I think every class has like a basic attack, and it feels fucking bad. It feels fucking bad to press that basic attack. It does feel really good to press the special abilities, the spender type abilities or whatever. But that just could be, and I always have this mindset for game design that you kind of need the bad to make the good feel good, and Diablo 4 is doing that with their builder spender type class design, and the basic attacks would fit the bad. but I think when you make the player do that, specifically by pressing buttons, you're missing an option to give the you're missing a time period to give the player some cognitive downtime, to look away from the screen, you know, to adjust their posture in their chair, grab a drink, you know, look at their bags, or, you know, just something. You're giving the player some autonomy, actually, in doing so. And even when you're spamming something like Frostbolt, like, because it also auto-targets, because it's a tab target thing, you don't need to aim it. And so you still can look away and stuff like that. But to make the basic attacks fun, like, one, they have to be engaging in some way, and that could be by proccing other things. And I think they also have to be they have to be the majority as well. They can't be like wet noodle type abilities like in Diablo 4. I think Diablo 4's ratio of basic ability to special ability is a bit off. And I think the damage difference is off as well. People keep talking about the physical demand rather than the cognitive demand. I don't know if I haven't seen someone mention the cognitive or mental load. Addressing auto attacks. Yeah, so I was searching on like what's the logic for WoW auto attacks. Auto attacking, the root of clunky and unresponsive gameplay. Is it clunky? Are auto attacks clunky and unresponsive? Let's see. And this is a recent post. Man, this guy did a write-up, huh? Okay, and this is for, I guess this is for Albion Online, which I have not played. How auto-attacking works is as follows. I appreciate that breakdown. When in range of a target, our character looks into the position and performs its auto-attack animation to completion. This animation cannot be cancelled or interrupted by movement commands or other abilities. Ah, yeah, that's a big issue. That is a big issue. I see that now. I totally, that one sentence completely makes me understand what this guy's fucking talking about. Yeah, that is definitely not what I mean when I say auto attacks, and I would never put an auto attack thing like that in my game. After the auto attack is finished, any queued up abilities, dude, especially blocking movement. Or does it block movement, or it's just not canceled by movement? If it blocks movement, that's really bad. So I think he probably means it's just like moving. You're still auto attacking if you move. For most weapons, auto attacks do not have an internal cooldown, meaning their frequency of attack is bound to the time you are locked into the animation, allowing the next attack to be performed immediately after. Auto attacks are treated as high priority animation lock spells, with the same priorities as other abilities. Well, let's read this before we watch that. That affect the game's responsiveness? Yeah, I mean it would. Like, you press a button and you have to wait for the auto attacks to finish before your character does it. Yeah. I would agree that that's unresponsive and clunky. Okay, let's watch this little video here. QA. Okay. WA, okay. AW. Interesting, okay. Okay, now we get some melee auto attacks. Okay. Wait, let me see that last one again. Yeah, I like swapped them out. Yeah, I guess you have to make a decision between, like, okay, do you want a weapon swing to equal numbers, or do you want the button press to equal numbers? And how do you draw the, or do you just try to like lerp between those two, the delay between those two things happening? Wait, hang on. For most weapons, auto attack's frequency is determined solely by the animation length of the attack, rather than an attack wind-up time followed by a cooldown. This design leads to a loss of DPS when attacking and moving. Interesting, okay, I don't quite understand what he said there. I am interested to see how moving affects this. Ten attacks, 18.3 DPS. Yeah, he's attacking a lot faster there. I mean, to me that makes sense for a hunter, right? That doesn't exactly make sense for a melee. Can we see melee next? Okay, here's melee. $43, $44. Oh, it's dropping. Okay, standing still. Okay, that one's not that much higher. I mean, that one's about the same. That one's about the same. Because the other one was more at first as well. So I don't know, that doesn't seem like that big of an issue. Like, I think as a hunter, as a ranged class, like, I mean, I think even in WoW, it would be a DPS loss as well, even if you were perfect at it. Auto attack's frequency is determined solely by the animation length, rather than an attack wind-up time followed by a cooldown. Yeah, so I guess like what happens is like the time to wind up the attack or pull back the bow or, you know, draw back the weapon swing, that doesn't start until you stop moving. So even if you're moving in lockstep with the weapon speed, it's a DPS loss because that doesn't start until you stop. Yeah, I think I get what he's saying now, though. The windup represents the portion of the attack that must be completed to launch the attack, while the cooldown represents the time needed after an attack is launched to begin your windup again. Using this model ensures that mechanics like attack moving always feel rewarding and give the players the option to evolve themselves into less stationary gameplay without being punished. I didn't know Albion Online was like a top-down game. This game's animation lock is mainly called stand time. Every game input has a stand time, even self-buffing. Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest issue with the system they put here is that you have to literally wait for an auto attack to finish before your ability goes through. Like that. I can somewhat defend the moving stand time thing, but I can't defend the former. Okay, so I think what I want to do what if I type logic behind WoW auto attack animations? Yeah, auto attack outdated, question mark. Ah. If people have been talking about auto attack for a long time. Is auto attack outdated? This is 4 years ago. Most can agree that tab targeting / global cooldown based combat feels slow and is outdated in comparison to action combat. Now, that's a take I get frustrated with, man. Like, I get that other people prefer other types of combat systems, but like, to call it outdated is unfair. It's just different. What if WoW had an active weapon attack ability that is not affected by the game's GCD, that can act as a filler between other abilities? Wouldn't that create the illusion of a faster pace, more fun gameplay? I don't always agree that faster pace equals more fun. I kind of want to play No Rest for the Wicked. I want to look that up real quick, because that's Kevin Jordan's other game that he's worked on. Yeah, let's look up some No Rest for the Wicked gameplay. So how's it done in this game? Good God, there's 4 ads? Are they ads? No, just there's 2 ads, but they're mixed. Oh, that threw me off. Dude, what do I want to watch here? I'll watch some Co. I'll watch Co. Where's the playlist? God, I hate this new UI. Here it is. Okay. Skip forward a little bit here.
I would like to give a big AR. What do you got? A coin.
Well, let's watch the beginning. I would like to see how it gets introduced as well. So let's go back to part 1.
Hi everybody. Here we go. Brand new shots. Loot button. Mushroom, mushroom.
So he clicks and attacks. Like,
Blood.
did he fight someone there? No, he's still just punching boxes.
Missing stuff in here? I don't think so.
Okay, got a weapon.
I'm gonna surprise on enemies.
Backstab.
Approach
Hang
the
on,
enemy-
let me read this. Sometimes you can use the element of surprise. Press X. Yeah, so the combat system in No Rest for the Wicked seems like click equals attack, and maybe just like left click is like basic attack, and there's probably abilities at some point. Haven't played the game, but was just interested to see what they do there. But yeah, most agree that tab targeting / global cooldown based combat feels slow and is outdated in comparison to action combat. Ugh, I hate that take. I get that other people like it more, but I don't think that... I think outdated is a bad term there. It would be fair to say that most people prefer action combat over tab target GCD. And outdated, that hurts my feels. And so he's saying, what if I had an active weapon attack ability that is not affected by the game's GCD that can act as a filler? So that, I mean, that's like a left click that does a weapon swing that can act as a filler in between other abilities. Wouldn't that create the illusion of a faster paced, more active, fun gameplay? Yeah, and I just don't agree that faster pace equals more fun always. And, you know, going back to all the shit I was reading about, like having a filler ability that you're just sitting there spamming, you can make that fun by having it proc things or by having it be like the majority. Like the majority you're pressing the basic ability, and so it doesn't really turn out, it's not really a basic ability anymore. It's just another ability that you're using to proc other things or waiting for other things to get off cooldown. It's not really like it's like, oh, all my cooldowns are off cooldown, so I'm gonna do 2 shitty attacks to build up more, you know, fucking rage or whatever. WoW can easily be made to feel like an action combat game by changing all single target attacks into frontal AoE attacks, not requiring a target. I kind of hate that games always do that as well. Good and bad, but like BDO is the game I always think of in comparison to WoW for like the 2 extremes, and like every single attack in BDO is an AoE attack. I think that just kind of, I think it takes away, like, because you kind of have to build the game around that, right? So it was all just about, like, mowing down huge packs of mobs. Just like Diablo is, right? Like, you're just like, fucking trying to clear the screen of mobs. Whereas in something like Vanilla WoW, you're mainly fighting one thing at a time. And I think, like, this No Rest for the Wicked game, the reason I pulled this up is because it's trying to do something... It's like mixing, you know, maybe a little bit of Dark Souls type combat with. Let's skip ahead here. Maybe we'll fight
Let's
some
put this
more
old
enemies.
phone back in service with the new generate background.
It's mixing a little bit of Dark Souls
First,
combat,
we'll remove
where
the
one
background.
click
Then-
equals, you know, a
Not
response.
a normal read. But like,
Just otherwise.
Is there any enemies on this one? I picked a bad one, didn't I? And it's also mixing a little bit of, like Diablo type ARPG games. Bro, can I get some combat, please?
basically, you didn't really ask this for.
Here we go. He's gonna do a backstab there.
Didn't work. Okay, there will be
But like,
no
this is
backstab.
like, it is action combat, but it's more methodical because you're not fighting packs of enemies at a time. And this seems to be like kind of a mini boss, so it's kind of a bad example. But you're fighting smaller packs of enemies, and things aren't AoE attacks. So I don't think making everything AoE attack automatically is better. Yeah, see, like that was a lot more tactical. Like, he like waited for the attack and dodged. Of course, I went way too far back. So he's waiting for his attack so he can dodge it. He dodged it, and then he swung. Yeah, so that's what I mean by something closer to Dark Souls. No auto attack here. Create the illusion of a faster... Yeah, I just don't agree. I still lean towards having auto attack. The benefit to me of having auto attack is that it makes things chill. It makes for a very chill gameplay. Because like, and I mentioned this before, but like, in something like Black Desert, that's very, very action combat. That's very high octane combat, and you're constantly pressing buttons. And the game would give you like every day for like a login bonus, it would give you like an hour of like double EXP. And so you would use that hour to like grind out as much efficient EXP as you could, grinding mobs. And I hated that hour. That hour felt like forever. And so I think about a game like WoW, or like vanilla WoW, where there's auto-attacking. I can grind for hours and not feel fatigued, right? Cognitively or like mechanically fatigued. Physically fatigued, like button clicking fatigue. And that's because there's cognitive downtime in the rotation, because your character is auto-attacking. Right, like when my character's auto-attacking, I can look off the screen. And like when I was playing BDO, doing that hour-long grind sesh, my eyes would fucking hurt by the end of it, because my eyes were glued to the goddamn screen. Because I was trying to get like the most efficient EXP. So you could argue that like, oh, just like you can just take some cognitive downtime for yourself if you want to. But it's like the game is making me, it's kind of facilitating me to be as efficient as possible. So there's a little bit of game design side effects there as well. But I don't know, like I kind of feel like the reason people were able to, like, if you guys remember like back when WoW first came out, people were like literally collapsing at their fucking computers playing World of Warcraft, and I think it's because the combat, you can do the combat forever. See my shitty animation blending. But like when I'm auto-attacking, I can check my bags, I can look at my character, I can look at my talents, you know, I can do other things, I can look off the screen, I can answer a text. It allows you to be in the game for a lot longer. Why is my W key broken? There we go. And I think that can make the game feel better. Yeah, it's not as engaging, but I think that's okay. I don't think your game needs to be engaging 100% of the time. I think there should be kind of peaks and valleys of engagement, and I think that would actually create more longevity in the game. So what's this guy's argument? The idea is that you're already spamming a button of your next rotation ability, except nothing is happening, so you keep bashing the button until the GCD timer ends. True. Instead of bashing a button without anything happening, why not switch to an off GCD ability while waiting for the GCD timer to finish? Well, it's cognitive, right? It's a cognitive... When you're switching abilities that you're spamming, there's some cognitive load there. If the auto attack is happening in the background, you don't have to think about switching to spam that ability and then switching back to spamming the good ability. That would be why. Wouldn't it make for more interesting? I mean, I think it would be considered more interesting, yeah. Non-repeatable mindless pattern of 1, 2, 3, rinse and repeat. I mean, that's just a comment on rotations. I mean, that's kind of a tertiary conversation too. Whether I should have auto attacks in my game. So basically macro auto attack to every ability. I mean, yeah, that would be... That's a good... He's saying macro auto attack, but he means macro the off GCD ability to every ability, right? Which ends up being the same thing. Solitaire has no auto attack. Someone said they had auto attack in a different thread I was reading. Yeah, I still think I'm gonna keep auto attack in for now, but I think what I'll have do is have abilities interrupt the auto attack and stop the auto attack until after the ability finishes. Yeah, and I mean, if you make auto attacks, they're saying like auto attacks used to be like 50% or more of your damage. I mean, if you make auto attacks do, you know, minimal damage, then it's just like, why even have them at all? Just to make the screen look good when you're not pressing buttons? Like, you kind of have to have them be impactful if you're going to use them. I guess right now I'm just trying to figure out how I should be blending these animations. Is what information I'm trying to find right now. Because the system I have right now with this is essentially like there is a like swing timer in the ability. Like every weapon has a attack speed. Like I think for my mace is 1.5, the dagger in my offhand is 1.25, and so those both get started at the same time when the auto attack starts, and then that gets sent over to my animation blueprint overlay. And then once it gets in here, this does a lot of work, and I probably shouldn't be doing it in here for multiplayer reasons, but I'm just trying to get something to work right now. This is definitely not the final implementation. But then this is just trying to speed up and slow down, or not slow down, but speed up the animations so that the DPS is consistent. Right, because I have a 1.5 weapon speed swing and I have a 1.25 weapon speed swing. If I'm doing dual wield, I can't just do one after another, because that kind of like, that makes dual wield not actually impactful at all. Right, you might as well just stick with one weapon if they're not going to have some sort of overlap. And I think that's one that I think that can be kind of one downside of the one click equals one attack swing type system, because how are you going to do dual wield? Like, you either have to have an animation where both of them happen at the same time, or you have to have some canceling in order to make dual wield actually more effective than just wielding one-handed weapon. And so that's what the system I have here is trying to do. It's trying to make it beneficial to dual wield. And so like when I basically have a queue, right? And there's a swing timer. On that timer it'll add to the queue, and then the queue determines, based off of what is already playing, how much time is left on that animation and how much time the next animation needs. It'll speed up the in-progress animation and the next animation such that they fit into the same time frame. So that's what that's trying to do. And I think what I want to do is I do want to have some sort of, because it's happening way too fast now, and the only reason it looks good, it doesn't look good, but the only reason this is like working is because just how they overlap. Like right now, if I had the 1.5 speed weapon in my offhand and the quicker one in my main hand, it would look kind of weird. Well, no, it wouldn't. It would probably look the same. It would look the same. But if I were to increase the speed of the offhand, it could like the animations can complete very, very fast, and it ends up looking bad. And so there kind of needs to be a limit to how fast these abilities, these weapon swings can happen. And I definitely want some sort of swing timer to be on the server. And so I'm not really doing multiplayer at the moment, but it's something that I want to keep in mind, for sure. Yeah, and I did this. So let me show this. This was me trying to add like a 50% offhand like swing speed. That's what that ends up looking like. And it stopped. that's actually the normal swing speed. Of the mace. Like that's normally how fast that animation plays. And then where's my offhand? It's like this one, right? That's the normal speed for that one. So I would like them to be closer to their normal speed and just maybe offset them or overlap them a little bit better. I'm not quite sure what the logic for that would be, though. That's why I went down this rabbit hole of like, I was trying to figure out what the logic was for like a World of Warcraft auto attack animation system, but I don't think there's any information about that online. I know what they do is like, you'll see numbers pop up sometimes and you didn't even swing. And so it definitely just kind of gets rid of some animations altogether, which is something I would like to avoid. One moment, sorry. And so, oh hey Firmstool, how's it going? You could add some kind of passive paired attacks. Attack speed bonus on both, but I guess things like that are more design decisions than anything else. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I'm finding myself in right now, is trying to decide what kind of design I want to go with. That's why I was reading all those forum posts and stuff. I don't know about WoW, but Diablo has breakpoints, which might help with snapping timings. Yeah, I'm not like super clear on what you mean by paired attacks. I think I know what you mean. Paired attack speed bonus on both. Yeah, like because you have a weapon in your offhand, it kind of adds some weapon speed bonus to the next one. Yeah, I think I know what you mean there. That's not a bad solution. But there would definitely need to be like a cap. And like, I don't know, like that's just something I would rather players not have to worry about min-maxing their dual-wield weapon speeds that much. Like I understand at some point there is going to be some of that. And I guess if I make the increase static, like maybe if you have something in your offhand, it can speed up your main hand attack by up to 50%, which is I think the rate of those that those ones are playing at. It's kind of a difficult problem to solve because there are a lot of game design considerations to take into account. It's not a purely technical problem. Because like in WoW, there's just like literally a strict timer, and then damage goes out at the end of that timer, and then the animations just try to line up with that to a fault, you know, where you don't even see some weapon swings and damage just pops up, which I would like to avoid that. I think it would feel better. Like, one thing about how my system works is that damage always goes out in correlation to the animation. And the DPS matches the swing timer DPS. But the downside of that is now my animations are going to be sped way the fuck up. Funny how when you zoom in on things like that, shit looks less obvious than when it does when you play a finished game. Yeah, of course, you know, like it's gonna be such a minor thing when, of course, when you're doing like other abilities and stuff like that as well, like, yeah. I mean, but this kind of attention to detail is what separates, like, you know, good games from great games, or bad games from good games, you know. I do kind of like your idea. Maybe I can explore that a little bit, or at least my interpretation of your idea. But I guess the math would have to... The math would have to work out somehow. Or I could just not have dual wield in the game, and that makes it a lot easier. I know one decision I made is that I'm definitely going to have abilities interrupt auto-attacking and stop the auto-attack timer. That for sure is going to happen. Because in WoW, the auto-attack timer never stops. It stops if you cast an ability, but that's it. Like if you're casting melee abilities, it doesn't stop, which I think is something I'm going to change. Just for the abilities are going to have to be a little bit better on average, so that there's no DPS loss when you press an ability. It's what I said. Okay. Perhaps you could trade it for less accuracy damage, whatever. Yeah, that's what WoW does. They do like an attack speed penalty and a hit penalty on the offhand weapon. You plan on adding on-hit effects? Oh, for sure. Tons of effects, yeah. And so, yeah, effects where, you know, higher weapon speed would be beneficial, right? I mean, I like how this one looks, but it's just because the timers match up nicely. That's it. It's a little too fast. It's a little too fast. In that case, there's a lot of room for trade-offs. Yeah, and that's why I like that, you know. I personally dig it when games make you decide on trade-offs. Yeah, me too. I love that. You know, thinking about, especially things with that, like in WoW, they have abilities that deal weapon damage, and then there are abilities that just deal a flat damage number. And the ones that deal weapon damage are better on slower weapons, right? Because the slower weapons deal more damage, and it scales off your weapon damage. But you don't want to use those abilities when you're using one-handers, right? Because you're going faster. So you want to use the flat damage abilities. Things like that as well. That's a good... Another good trade-off along the lines of what you're saying there. Firmstool, how do you feel about auto-attacking? I'm curious, like, would you prefer a game that auto-attacks for you, or would you prefer a game where you have to click a button to do an attack? Every time. Like, there's no attacks that happen without you clicking a button. Curious what people's thoughts are on that. I feel like I might be the only one that prefers an auto-attack type system. There's no question, IMO. So, click or click and hold. So you prefer the higher engagement of a system like that. And the more, it's called more responsive as well, which I see what they mean by that. I don't think that's the proper term for it though. Click or click and hold. Yeah, I don't know. I just think you miss out on cognitive downtime in that system, and I think that's very important and leads to, if you have like a good flow for cognitive downtime in a game that facilitates it for the player, so the player doesn't have to take breaks themselves. That can be very good and increase longevity for a game. I've been playing Death Must Die. There's actual persistent itemization. I don't mind the auto attacks, but different game genre, of course. I've not heard of that. Let's look that up. Death Must Die. Oh, I think maybe I've seen this. Look at some quick gameplay. More skill expression without auto attacks. For me, that is major, personally. I got you. Yeah, I mean, I think I think I'm definitely in the minority. Okay, I have seen this game. Yeah, this is like, yeah, completely different game genre as you're saying. It's the survivors type game. And I was saying before, like, with these kinds of games, like, the reason I prefer more tactical or, like, for these types of games, it's all about how you build your character, because the attacks happen automatically. So, really, the skill there is making the right decisions. It's not mechanical execution like a game like Dark Souls is. And I prefer games like that. I prefer games with more tactical execution, less mechanical execution. And that's probably why I prefer auto-attacking, because it leaves cognitive downtime, or mechanical downtime, for you to make decisions, or to just have a mental break and mechanical break. This game has a lot of dashing and dodging. You don't take damage when you touch enemies like in other games. Ah, okay. So they added some mechanical execution to the Survivors game, because the only mechanical execution in something like Vampire Survivors is just movement, right? There's no other types of abilities there. So yeah, you know, iterated on the genre a little bit there. the lag when he like hits all these enemies. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm already not going super WoW because like there's no cursor on the screen, right? That's one decision I made pretty early, is that I think already having control of the camera like this can be a lot more engaging, right? It's like more of a third-person RPG feel, less of a top-down feel, which I kind of hate. I don't hate top-down games, but like I know why they're made. It has a lot of technical niceties. You don't have to render things off screen in a fixed camera position or something that's more top-down. Like even WoW, like most of the time you have your camera zoomed out looking almost down at an angle. And so you can do a lot of optimizations that way. But like I like being down in the game. I like being in the world where I can look around at the world and see the terrain and the surroundings and where I'm at, and like working in a top-down game or something isometric, and sometimes even something like WoW, it takes you out of that. It takes you out of the world. So yeah, that's one thing that'll be different. And so I am planning to have some mechanical skill shots. Like I definitely want the hunter to have an ability, at least one ability, where you aim at, you can shoot, you can get headshots, right? Like, because that's really fucking satisfying. Something I used a bow in New World when I was playing that, and it was always fun to get headshots and stuff. Everything you just said, I agree, but that's why I prefer FPS, because you don't have to, because you get to have extreme position on the aiming. Yeah. I definitely want there to, like, people who want the mechanical execution, I definitely want there to be something in the game for them. You know, even mages, I want mages to have to aim some things, right? And maybe their projectiles just move a lot slower, but they have like a little area of effect at the end or something. But I definitely don't want every ability to be like that. And I don't think there's going to be any aiming of melee abilities at all. I don't think there would be any. Maybe there can be like a little AoE ability. Maybe there can be, but it would have to be some sort of area of effect type thing. Now, whether that affects everyone in the area or just like the first target in that area, that's a difference. Or like your targeted target in the area. I'm thinking of something more like almost like a boss ability, where it's just like, you know, you press an ability and it like puts a little triangle on the screen in front of you, like, and then you have to move it into the, you know, some sort of like casted big swing. You swing down and like damages the area. Something like that could be a melee skill, I guess. Hello, please. There you go. Still a little janky, but it's all right. Yeah, so maybe I think there definitely needs to be a cap on how fast animations can be. Because like so like thinking about a different system where you have to click for each attack, whether that's a basic attack or whatever. How would you handle dual wielding then? Because like if you think about like a game in Skyrim, like you have to click for each. You can dual wield, but you have to click for each one, the right click or the left click button. My rain video stopped, and so it's like there is like one ability where you can attack. You have like a special attack. If you press both down at the same time, it does like a cross slash, which I guess would deal damage with both, but it uses stamina. So that's like, there's a resource to that. It's not just like I can click that endlessly. And so to me, that reduced the amount of benefit that dual wielding gives you, which kind of sucks. Because with dual wielding, like you also have to find 2 weapons instead of 1. So it's already harder to itemize. So you should get some sort of bonus or benefit to that in the form of increased attack speed. And so if I were to do a system where a click equals an attack, and I kind of have that already, like if you click and you're not targeted on anything, it still does a swing. It just doesn't keep swinging. And I do that because I want a weapon swing to interact with the world as well. Like for my... Oh, I turned it off on that one. Oh, and there's a bug. I accidentally just destroyed my fucking dagger. Okay. But for chopping trees, like you click the swing button, and it'll swing the axe to chop the tree. But you have to click it each time, because it's not an auto swing, but in combat it is. I have the wrong animation on this. Yeah, let's try to do that idea. So, looking at this dog shit system I created yesterday, how would I change this? It would also be on the ability itself, would affect the swing timers, but the cap, because this is changing the play rate. What's happening here? Like, remaining duration on the current animation is longer than the new incoming animation, which would be like an offhand. We will need to speed up the current animation. So, there needs to be a cap on each animation, but what should that cap be? How should it be determined? Should it just be a flat, like, you can only speed something up 2 times? 2 times speed or something like that? So let's do, where is my, I'll have to, max, float, max is going to be 2. I don't know, actually, do I have logs for this? I think I do. Okay, yeah, so those weren't even 2 times. They were about 1.5, 1.8, 1.4 times speed. So maybe 1.5 times speed it should be the highest. Because those already looked pretty quick. So let's try 1.5 as the max. And then I'll need to, God, again, this is a really bad system I need to refactor, but I'm just trying to get things into a state that works for now. So let's same logic as before, but let's just cap the rate and kind of see what happens. I mean, that looks pretty similar. Yeah, let's let's clear everything there. Wait, what the hell? Where did that happen at? That did not look any different at all. What the hell? Oh, get the it should be min. Can I swap this to min somehow easy? No, it needs to be min. I'm doing the wrong one. Get the minimum value, not of an integer. Min float. God, it's so annoying how this animation blueprint keeps showing me tooltips on everything and it gets in the way. Okay. Actually, I like that a bit better. And it kind of does put a, it already kind of inherently puts a bit of a attack speed penalty on the offhand weapon. Which was something I was thinking about doing anyway. And it does so based on the fact that, like, you have to wait for the first swing to go through. And, like, the slower weapon you have... What would that mean? Would that mean the slower the weapon in your main hand, the less your offhand matters? Probably, right? I think that's what that would mean. Someone help me out with that logic. So, if there's only... Like, right now I have a 1.5 speed in my main hand and a 1.25 in my offhand. But you can only be sped up 50%. The main hand and offhand. And so we already saw that that reduced my DPS a little bit. Because my weapon swings were a little bit slower. Or would that mean, like, the faster... You basically want to get two weapons that have the closest to the max reduction without going over. That would be like your highest DPS, right? Is that what that would mean in this kind of a system? Because, like, once you go over that edge of, like, oh, you're past the 50% weapon speed up from dual wielding. Now you should switch to, like, a little bit faster of a weapon or something, or at least you're not getting any more benefit out of it. I mean, you could always average the attack speed and then boost the average and apply it on both for simplicity. Let me think about that. I think that's a good suggestion. I think that's pretty close to what I was already doing before this. Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what I was doing before this. Because what I do is, if there's an existing one that has a higher duration than the duration of the incoming animation, I add the duration of the incoming animation to the remaining duration of the currently playing one. I add them together, and then I divide by the remaining duration. So it's not quite average, but it's something like that. What happened? I messed with the blueprint, so it threw everything off. Hello, please? But with that, even with what you're saying, Firmstool, like, if you had, let's just say, like, the extreme would be, like, I have a 1.0 weapon speed in my offhand and, like, a 3.0 weapon speed in my main hand. If I applied the average, that would be 1.5. Depending on what the animation is for that 3.0 weapon speed weapon, like, that could be, like, that would be playing twice as fast. Although I don't think I have an animation that's that long. So maybe it would be okay, but that would be a pretty big reduction, right? You've essentially just taken a 3.0 weapon speed and taken it down to 1.5. And that of itself is already huge, right? Like, that's already a major DPS increase, and then on top of that, you're also adding the offhand. But I guess what you're saying is you'd have to swing the offhand in between, so maybe it wouldn't be that much of a DPS increase. It would be a slightly more DPS increase. No, it could that could actually reduce the DPS, Firmstool. What you're saying? Like, they would have, those two weapons would have to have the same DPS in order for that to not be a loss in DPS. Because if one is less DPS than the other because we're using the average, then that would reduce the DPS. So it's like if you had an offhand with less damage per second than your main hand, you would be better off just not even equipping the offhand. So there has to be something there to mitigate that. What did I say? 1.5? And 2.0 is what I should have said. And then, oh, you said boost the average. Okay, I missed that part. You're right. If you boosted the average, then yeah, that would account for that. It would never be a DPS loss. Outside of an outlier where you're equipping like a level 1 offhand and like a level 60 main hand. If there's a reduction, you just apply the attack speed boost to prevent the to the average. Yeah. Which is a design variable, easy too. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. What you're saying, I get it. I get that now. That would be nice. So let me actually look at what are some of my attack. Let me look at like the two-hand stuff here. How long is this animation? 1.29. So the two-handeds are all 1.29. .33 on that one. 1.5 on that one. So this is the oh, that's a spear stab. And then I think there's also like a special one, special two-hand. Yeah, boom. Yeah, that one's probably the slowest. Oops. Oh, that one's 1.5 too. So 1.5 is probably my highest time animation. Let me look at the one-handed special as well. That one's much faster. 1.0, yeah. Yeah, I think the one-handed ones are all 1.0. Yeah. So maybe I wouldn't need to clamp them as much as I think. I feel like I still should, just for safety reasons, you know? So let me look at this. So I have my weapon swing ability here. And it gets passed in a weapon as an object. So I would need to like kind of get the average weapon speed here, which I calculate a little bit here. Yeah, so I basically weight based on how long the animation is in reference to the swing timer, the swing duration. And then swing timer is a bit of a misnomer here. This is more like wait timer. Or like waiting to play the animation based on the swing timer. This is probably closer to something called the swing timer. And so I suppose, I guess I can get the actor info and cast, get owner, get owning actor from actor info, and then let's get component by class, and that should be a U equipment component. And then, do I need to pass in a thing, or does it return? Okay, it returns it. Auto equipment. Component. Sure to end the ability there. Excuse me. Extra bracket. Okay, so equipment component. I need to check if there's... I need to check like what weapons I have. And I know I have like a get main hand weapon. Offhand. If, I can't even type. If main hand and offhand. No, lowercase offhand. If main hand and offhand, we're gonna get the weapon speeds of each. So let's just initialize this to, yeah, that. If main hand and offhand, weapon speed equals, equals weapon speed plus, offhand weapon speed divided by 2. Okay, and then I want to do some sort of boost. I'm not going to do the boost yet. Just because I want to see what this is like without a boost, what it looks like, how fast it speeds things up. I should probably get a bunch of different weapon speed one-handers put into the game as well. I have a ton of models for weapons, but I haven't actually put them into the game. Added them to my data tables and whatnot. So we're going to do that. We'll do times equals, yeah, maybe a 50% bonus or something like that. And then let's put that, comment that out for now. I'll just say dual wheel, what is this? Oh, dude, my W key, it stops working, kind of. Dual wield, speed bonus, yep. Yeah, and I'll definitely want to change this to being handled along with the rest of the stuff, but we'll leave it for now. Okay. Ooh, this should not be initialized to main hand. This should be initialized to weapon, the passed in weapon. Whatever that may be. Just in case you're only wielding an offhand. Okay, let's see what this looks like. I still have the cap on in the animation blueprint. I'll take that out here in a second. Okay, hang on, gotta clear that out first. Clear it, okay. Okay. What was my rate there? 1.5. So it looks like it's getting capped. Yeah, they're basically getting capped. Change the sword and shield to 1.5, offhand 1.5. Yeah, so they're getting capped. They are getting capped. Fuck caps. Yeah, let's see. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. Pass that in, pass that in. Pass that in. Actually about the same. What the hell? Let me put that back into my log as well. That's getting logged. I think that one probably new play rates. There we go. Put that there. Okay. Okay. Rate 1.0, 1.8. So they do go a little faster. But this is equivalent to what I had before. In Diablo, there are breakpoints you have to hit. Can you explain that a little bit more, what you mean by breakpoints? I think what you mean is like there are brackets in terms of the bonuses you get from dual wielding. Is that what you're saying? And there's kind of, it's like a soft cap almost. Is that, am I thinking about that right? Because this is still doing, well, this is still doing a lot of, yeah, let me change this up a little bit. We're just gonna play them. That's fine. I don't care about that. Yeah, okay, so I'm not gonna do any speeding up of the animations. The weapon speed is the weapon speed now. Okay, it just overwrote one. Hang on. Oh, I should do nothing. I should do nothing there. If we already have one, just do that real quick. Do that and don't process the queue. You add attack speed bonus. Gloves, weapon, helms, yeah. Etc. give you bonuses. Whether you have 135% attack speed bonus or 142% bonus, it's the same. Because you didn't hit that 145% breakpoint for the next. That's weird. I never knew that about Diablo. I knew they had a bunch of weapon speed bonuses on the gear. Yeah, why did they do that? That's so interesting. God damn. The itemization in Diablo is so frustrating. Like, that's what burns me out about Diablo. Like, shit like that you have to think about before you can replace a piece of gear. Like, it's too much. It's too much depth. And even that's just a kind of system, like, the depth would be... To me, the depth would be okay if it made sense. Or at least more okay. Maybe it's still too much for my tastes, but... that doesn't even make sense, right? Like, how would a player know about that? And it's just like, why? Like, why? All stats are not equal. And it's okay that stats have, like, curves and stuff, but to have, like, a strict line bracket like that on something like attack speed is so weird. That's how I kind of felt about the D&D stat system. Like, you don't even get a benefit of a stat unless it's every 2 levels of a stat is where you actually get the benefit. hidden formulas. I mean, I think it's the weirdness of them. They should at least be, yeah, you should give the information to the player in some way. And I am a big proponent of, like, the game should explain itself. You shouldn't have a tutorial. If you feel like you need a tutorial, you know, maybe think about things a little bit. Sometimes it's unavoidable. But, sometimes it's unavoidable. Those aren't even sped up at all. So I guess the only thing it's... Oh yeah, I need to pass it into the play rate. That's the part I fucked up on. I need to recalculate that down here. So let's make that a variable here. Weapon speed. So we have the weapon timer and the anim length, and then down here, anim length, swing duration, yeah, and then I can divide the weapon speed, by weapon speed here, instead of swing duration. I wish there was a tiny I button somewhere and it showed you everything under the hood. I do like how Baldur's Gate it's the T button, but it shows you additional information. I do agree with you there, that there should be a button that shows you everything on the screen, or all the additional information. One of the things that always frustrated me was like, it's like there's like some sort of line drawn by some designer that soft caps something like crit chance, just so that it doesn't break break the hell out of the game. I would much rather just have like a smooth curve, right? So I know I'm getting diminishing returns each crit chance, each crit point or whatever I put into my character. And that would be something that would be kind of hard to show to the player, because you'd have to actually show a curve with like numbers and stuff on it, which would be kind of like, where do you put that in a UI, you know? You do kind of have to have diminishing returns on some things. I'm okay though with like letting the player break the game a little bit. I think that's actually the fun part about it, especially when it's a roguelite, right? I'm gonna make a roguelite, so I want you to be super busted sometimes. I want you to chase that dragon. Like I think a lot of designers are afraid of letting players beat them, you know, so to speak. They think that like what players want is like something that's all like, how do I say this? Something that's continuous and always going, and there's always more content. But I think players say that they want more content, but they don't want never-ending content, because that's just not fun. Completing things, breaking things, beating things is what's fun, and they just want more of that. And because designers feel stressed out about always having to create more stuff, they try to put in these systems that are kind of like evergreen or don't break. You see, that didn't make much of a difference. Play rate. So I have the anim length divided by the weapon speed. So if I had an anim length, let me sketch this out here. If I had an animation length of 1.5 and a weapon speed of, say, 3, that would be 0.5. But I max it to where we never slow down the weapon attack, because another thing you have to keep in mind is I'm waiting based on the swing timer here, so And so what? Let me do the math here. If I have 1.25 plus 1.5 divided by 2, that's a 1.35. So I guess the wait time, like that, this doesn't actually end up speeding anything up because one animation has to happen before the other. Right? 1.3. Did that actually end up? Let me log this. Play rate for. Let me log the weapon name. It should be the same though. Should be the same. And then let's also log the wait time as well. Weapon, I'll just say primary action. Do I need to restart? I may need to restart. Those seem very slow. Okay, what was our, what were our variables here? Okay, so anim wait timer is actually negative 1.25. Interesting, okay. So I should speed up the play rate of it by that much. That's what I should be doing. And so what was the 0.125? I mean, I guess that would be... I did speed it up, just fucking barely though. Is 1.0, so the play rate is 1.0, so it just so happens, let me pull up that other animation. That is my, it's like, what is it, like sword shield? Yeah, it's that one. Open that, new window. So that's the one, this is the mace animation, and it matches, I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's 1.5, and the mace's swing speed is 1.52, so that matches 1 to 1. And so usually that would just go through this branch. We won't wait to play that animation at all. But with the boost, or rather the average of the offhand weapon speed, we are going to reduce the timer by negative 1.25. Which, if I have negative 1.25, the play rate ends up being 1.09, is that correct? So what's the math here? Where's this thing? Okay, so 1.5 minus 0.125, 1.35 divided by 1.5, 1.0. Did I do that right? 1.5 divided by 1.375 is what it was? 1.09. So I think that's actually correct. That's just such a tiny bonus. That is a tiny, tiny bonus. Now for the dagger, we did have a wait timer before we queued it up, essentially. But that kind of gets... I guess with how I'm doing the wait timer, because the offhand actually got slower. But the wait timer just got gobbled up by the main hand animation. So this is actually maybe a slight DPS increase because of that fact, because it just and that's just a technical thing based on the base animation speed, which probably isn't good. Yeah, this thing that I have to do to like wait to play an animation, it's throwing things off a little bit, making it a bit more difficult to get this proper. So I think maybe the anim wait timer needs to be added down here as well. And that way it gets the reduction as well. So let's see what that turns out to be. Oh, I didn't clear it. Okay. So just played it at rate 1. Is that correct? Play rate 1. Because it I subtracted 0.125 from it. And the dagger, so the roach is getting played at the rate of 1, which I guess makes sense. Yeah, I'm essentially just converting that back to 1. So I guess maybe I need to do something like that. Anim length, the old anim length. Oh, what did I do here? Do I need to reverse this? Oh, that was still the same thing. Let me stop and restart. Yeah, those are probably still the same thing. 1.0. Where's the other one? Yeah, 1.0. Yeah, this wait timer is throwing me off in my calculations here. Because like we kind of have like 3 different variables. We have the weapon swing timer variable. We have the length of the animation. And then we have the rate that we need to play the animation at, based on the wait time. We also have the wait, how long we need to wait to play it. And right now the wait time doesn't actually do anything when you're dual wielding. Yeah, that wait time it needs to be factored out, because it basically gives a benefit to weapons whose animations are quicker than their swing time, which none of this should be based on or centered around, at least from the player perspective, centered around how fast the animation, or what the animation length is. So yeah, what do I need to do here for that? So I have the total time it should take, which is the weapon speed. I have the time the animation plays in. if that's if the time that the animation plays in is greater than the weapon speed, then I need to speed it up. If the time the weapon swing the animation plays in, if the anim length is less than the weapon speed, then I need to have a delay on it. I don't want to slow it down, I just want a delay. Which I need to send off to, rather than doing here, I need to send it off to my animation blueprint, which is where all that queuing and stuff happens, which it probably shouldn't happen in there. But I'm just trying to get some logic down and working before I actually put it where it needs to go and everything. So, do I need to send an additional variable? It's kind of annoying because I'm sending this with gameplay event data, which is a bit wonky to pass in arbitrary data to. I'm already using the two optional objects. One of them is the animation, the other one is the weapon, so that I can pass it back. Because I send a gameplay event when the animation is done, so that the ability knows when to end. Although I suppose that could just, well, it knows when to deal damage as well, right? Yeah, and this handles the dealing the damage. Which the damage probably should not be based on the animation, right? Like that's very client side. But each animation does have, it has when it should deal damage. Make it look, somewhat realistic. Probably right there. Put the damage there. Is there a way to get what time an anim notify is at? In an animation? Can I get that in C++? Because then maybe I just set a timer and deal the damage here. That way it happens like on the server, right? It's not bound to an animation, and the only reason we're using the anim notify is just so you can visually pick the time in the animation asset. So, shows an animation. Let's see, what information do I have here? Let's just go down here. Shows an animation, notifies. I do have an array of notify events. Duration, what information do I have here? Get trigger time? What? Trigger time offset. Get time? What is get time? It's the current time for this element. And then trigger time offset from the display time to the actual time we will trigger the notify. We cannot always trigger it exactly at the time the user wants. What? Anim notify tracks. Get anim notifies. Retrieves anim notifies given a start time and a delta time. I want to get what time it's, like how far through the animation it is. That's the time that I want. What is on an anim notify track? I have an anim notify event with ignore my voice cracking, please. And then notifies is what's it's an anim notify event as well. Okay. Sync markers. Is that what I want? What is a sync marker? A sync marker has a time. Hang on, what is a sync marker? Is this a sync marker? Notify begin time. That's what I want. Min trigger weight, notify frame. I want that number. Okay, so I think that would be what I want. Which is just time plus trigger time offset. So is this giving me like actual time? Like like on a clock time? Or is this giving me time until? Does that question make sense? It's not giving me like the milliseconds since the unique epoch that this trigger will happen. An offset from the display time to the actual time when the trigger the notify. And what is display time? Display time is deprecated, okay. Duration. Yeah, I mean, I guess... It's throwing me off as when it's saying, as we cannot always trigger it exactly when the user wants. Like, why? It's kind of weird. Okay, but that's... well, I guess that'll probably be what... Jin Owen, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Or Jin Zero Win. Welcome. Jin, what do you think about auto attacks? Yay or nay? Auto attacking good? Auto attacking bad? What are your thoughts? I'm interested to hear if I'm the only one who prefers auto attacking in a combat system. The alternative would be something like where you click once, you swing a weapon once, right? So every attack your character does is bound to some button click. That would be the alternative. And then what do we have here? F anim notify event is what we have here. Notify. By name equals probably just deal damage is what I call it. Yeah. And that returns an fanim notify event pointer. Okay, but now I can get the trigger time. I assume that's what I want. Let's see. But with this time, what I also need to do is, yeah, I need to get all this logic out of the blueprint, out of the animation blueprint, and rather have like, I need to have something probably outside the ability as well. I need to have something outside the animation blueprint to control this queue, this animation queue. Because this damage trigger time needs to be offset by like whatever offhand attack might be playing. So I would need to get some like information back. Yeah, I would need to get like some anim notify for like when the animation starts back here. So that's going to be problematic. So yeah, I need to take some of this out. And I know I want to do some additional blending between potentially multiple swings. And so that we would want to do that blending here. And so the only information this would need would be like whatever current animation needs to play and what rate it needs to play at. And I have this trigger event here, and so that's what does that. And potentially whatever the next one is to play, so that way it can blend between the two as one is ending and the next one is happening. Because if you notice, when I'm doing the multiple, it's very jarring going from one swing to the other. Just jump straight there. Do it slow. Boom. I will say I'm pretty impressed with how well it blends with how well I've gotten it to blend with the movement. And check this out, you can even crouch down too. I was very proud of myself for getting that to work with ALS nicely. That one looks a little... There's some clipping that's going to happen. A little crouch shank. Oh, right in the groin. Groin shots, question mark? Critical hit. Alright, you can either shoot him in the balls or you can shoot him in the head. Does not work on females. That would be kind of a funny mechanic, wouldn't it? Like, because I was saying I do want like a hunter class to have a skill shot type ability where you have to aim it and shoot it at someone's head, and maybe you get like a bonus crit chance and crit damage for hitting someone in the head. But maybe there's some talent you can get to where you can also get nut shots and you can shoot someone there, but they have to be male. Does not work on female, so females are going to be the master race for that meta. That would be kind of funny. Everyone's going to be playing females, if that's a fucking thing. Bis counter to hunter skill shot build is just playing a female character. That's kind of funny. I kind of like that shit. I love imbalance in games, actually. I love it. Because it's flavor. And that's what makes games fun. Balance doesn't make games fun, automatically. Contrary to what a lot of people believe. Obviously more important in hyper-competitive games, but I like balanced imbalance is what I like. Where everyone kind of gets their chance to shine. Everyone has something different, right? Everyone has something cool to do. And an equal amount of time to shine as everyone else, despite having completely different play styles. Sorry, gotta text the girlfriend. Drive safe. Okay. Yeah, so let's refactor this piece of shit. Let's do it. Oh boy. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to put all of this. Should I put it in? I should probably have like some sort of singleton class. Because these abilities that trigger are going to be ephemeral. They're going to end, and begin and end. And I've actually ran into one limitation of that already, or one like kind of side effect. And so for anyone using the gameplay ability system, I think by default abilities are instanced per execution, which is what I want here. I have one single ability It's called my weapon primary action ability, but I should probably rename it to something like weapon swing ability. And this ability gets triggered via an event, and that event has a payload, and that payload has a weapon. And that weapon can either be the main hand or the offhand. And so when I trigger this, there we go, right here. So I trigger two. Like if I have a main hand and an offhand and I click the attack button, I send two events. One with each weapon as the payload object. Now that, because I have these abilities set to instanced per execution, there are two instances of these abilities, which is exactly what I would want, right? I want two different abilities to queue up two different attack swings with different weapons on them. Now, and this may be a bug, I don't know, but with abilities you can use ability tasks, and that's what I have here. And you can do wait gameplay event, which is essentially listening for whatever actor this ability is a part of. It's listening for any events sent to that actor. More specifically, any event with this tag, right? And so what I'm using these for is, in my animations, I have these anim notifies. The animation blueprints are listening for those notifies. When they receive the notifies, they forward them in the form of sending a gameplay event to the actor that they're attached to, the animation instances. And so that's what these are listening for. And then it calls, you see, on deal damage notify. So there's a deal damage animation notify here. And so in here, rather in my main animation blueprint, I just have an event for deal damage, right? And then I send that to my overlay linked animation instance. It wasn't propagating properly, so I had to manually do that. Which goes over here, which is a linked animation instance. And then that is here. And then you can see I just get the owning actor of this animation blueprint linked instance and send the gameplay event to the actor. Now, the problem that was happening, and this is what you'll want to watch out for, is that I had only trigger once set to true for both of these, because per instanced ability execution, I only wanted to receive the deal damage notify once on each one. And now on each of these, I check to make sure the payload weapon is the weapon that matches up with this ability, and then I, do what I need to do to deal damage, which is the reset function, which doesn't sound right, but trust me, it is. But what ends up happening is on swing end, I end the ability. Now, for some reason, this canceled my gameplay ability tasks in the other ability, even though the abilities are instanced per execution, when I had these set to trigger once. So I think what happens is when you end an ability, it looks through ability tasks for the ability class, not the ability instance, and it says, if these should only trigger once, remove them. So I set them to trigger multiple times, and it kept them around and fixed that bug. Potential bug. I don't know if that's a bug or if that's intentional, but it definitely made me spend quite a bit of time troubleshooting. So something to watch out for if anyone's using multiple instances of the same ability and also has ability tasks in them. But maybe I won't need to use these anymore because I won't need to wait for the animation to kind of call back here with a gameplay event. So yeah, I was thinking, yeah, I should have a class, probably some class for each character, probably, so therefore just a component, swing timer component. That should, I kind of feel like probably just putting that on the ability system component itself, or my version of it. Because, like, every character is going to need one of those, but maybe just for separation of concerns, we can create a new component for it. Maybe it can just be some static functions that are forwarded via the animation component, or not the ability system component. let me look back at this logic and think what I'll need to do here. So let's walk through it. We get the event here. We check to make sure it's the event we care about. So that'll still happen here. We're gonna check if there's a current animation playing. If there is, we just add it to the animation queue. So I am going to need something stateful. I am going to need something. This is leaning more towards creating another component. This anim queue relates to the weapon swings. Yeah, so maybe I will have to do a component. And then, you know, after we add it, let's process it. We're going to process the queue. If the queue is empty, set is idle. That's my combat idle animation that's going to relate to. Right there. And if it's not empty, let's do something about it. We're going to get the first one. Cast the optional object. And maybe I should probably create an actual struct for this now that it's getting more serious. And that way I won't have to, I'm not limited by the gameplay events here. Set up the variables, remove it. Yeah, and I guess I kind of bypassed all this other logic of like speeding things up in here. Based on, I do want to kind of keep this around though, just in case I need it. Let's actually, what I'm going to do here. I don't know what is bugging out about this graph here. Keeps showing me way too many tooltips that I don't need. Let's move this up and out of the way. Deprecated. That's how you deprecate things, if you guys didn't know. I do want that around just in case I want to go back to using that logic. Need it as a reference. Most of the complexity here is just the logging, the rates here. And then I guess these waiting for the anim notifies are actually now going to be replaced by timers that are running on the server. Eventually will run on the server, not worried about that now, but those timers are now going to run in probably C++ and whatever this component's going to be. And then I won't need a gameplay event anymore. Okay, let's make a component. Let's make a new C++ class here. Probably throw this in the character. Add a new class, actor components. What is this going to be called? What is just weapon speed, weapon swing timer component, weapon speed component, swing timer component. I think swing timer component. Okay, get rid of this. Get rid of all this, actually. Okay, so what kind of functions do we want in here? I need a queue. So let's make a struct first. Let's make this use struct f weapon swing. Because I mean, do I want to make this specific to weapon swinging, or should I make it more generic? So that it can be used for just anything that needs kind of a timer. I mean, the logic is going to be pretty specific, so... F swing timer struct? No, it's going to be more like F, like swing animation. F weapon swing anim. That's good for now, because I just need something to kind of encapsulate some of this information. So I know I need... let's make this a blueprint read only, and we'll make this the U-anim sequence base. Yes. Swing anim. And then I'll need a... we're just gonna use that. Swing time? No, we want animation play rate is what we'll want on that. And then I think maybe we will want the weapon. That is being swung, so that when we get the event back, we know like how much damage to deal and stuff like that. So I think I'll need that as well. What else do I need? That might be it for the struct. I think that's it for now. And then let's create a queue for that. T-ray of F weapon swing anim okay, and then I'll need some function exposed. Yeah, just something like add weapon swing. So I need the animation. I'll calculate the anim play rate in this function. We'll just add weapon swing. Should I call it add or maybe just weapon swing? Swing weapon. Let me look here. I mean, I can even choose the animation in here, right? Because it's attached, the animations are attached to the weapon, so really all we need is a weapon. I'll move because I have an array of animations on each weapon for like, these can be used to swing the weapon, and then I choose a random one. So we're gonna do that. So really all this function is, all this ability is going to turn into is adding things in here. I'll also need another function for just like processing the queue, which will be private. And it could be called at the end of the weapons add weapon swing. I'll need that as well. And then, well, do I need like a current? I probably need like a current anim playing. Check if that's null to see if I need to process the queue or not. Can we make it a pointer? Is he gonna get mad at me for making a U property to a struct pointer? I mean, we're essentially gonna take every single thing out of this ability and put it into this component, which feels weird. That feels weird. Why does that feel so weird? I mean, it kind of feels like I should just not even use the gameplay ability system for this, but that doesn't feel right. So hang on, let me look at... Maybe I should just change the ability to be instanced per actor, rather than make a whole new component. Yeah, and then this just becomes a weapon swing ability, auto attack ability or something. What would the benefits of that be? Well, now I have everything all in one location. It's still within the gameplay ability system, so I can still work within that system. I don't have to have a second class. I can use all this. Yeah, I think I should probably keep it in an ability system and just have it instanced per actor instead. And then that way, you know, I can override things in the activate ability. Say activate ability in the blueprint if I want to. I still get like the prediction and stuff, I suppose. Cooldown gameplay classes. Yeah, so I mean, I guess what I'm just trying to get around is I need some centralized location to handle the swing timers, and when they were instanced per execution, that wasn't. I didn't have that. So if I just change it to instance per actor, there's just one of these that can be active or inactive. Yeah, let's stick with that. So I'm going to probably end up deleting this. Yeah. So put this into the ability here. Printable, blueprint type. Pop those in here. Why could I have it in the other class? See, I thought, why is it okay here? Because it's private, is that why? Is that why? Private. Oh, it doesn't like that one now either. Wait, what the hell? Huh. Okay. Okay. You are not a U property anymore. I guess it just can't be... I mean, no, you can't, You can't have struct pointers in blueprints. I guess that's the, I guess I just change it to an index? Well, no, I don't like that. I don't like that. But I guess you just check current swing in, and if you check if this isn't null, that's what you do to check. Yeah, let's just delete these. Move these up above as well. Okay. And so this ability sticks around even after it has ended. It maintains its state, I believe. That's what that means. And so in activate ability, rather than doing all this in the, I should probably pop some of this into a function. I'm not going to be waiting for gameplay events anymore. It's all going to be timers. Just trying to figure out how to chop this up. Yeah, this would no longer need a payload either. Well, because I need to choose a random animation each time. So I mean, I guess rather than, if I have the weapon on here, oh no, this is how I'm gonna pass it off to the animation blueprint. So I do need that on there. Well, let's put weapon at the top. Yeah, let's just add a function called like add to queue. And that is going to take in a weapon. Well, if it's going to be, yeah, no, this will need to take in a weapon, not the play rate. Not the play rate. But it can, maybe I pick the swing in here. What else do I need to fucking do in here? Really just like initializing. Initializing some variables here. I mean, let's just put all this in here. Okay, so if I activate a weapon swing, do I want it to swing once with both weapons if I'm dual wielding? Or should I only swing with the main hand? Because in my game I have like, even though there's auto attack, if you click the button it will swing once even if you don't have a target. And that's to facilitate like resource collection and stuff, because like you can swing an axe at a tree and chop it down. So if I'm dual wielding axes or dual wielding anything, I guess it would be nice to click the button twice to swing with both. I'll just keep it like it is for now, just to make it easier. We're gonna swing twice if you click the button once. And I guess I could just keep this with the payload in order to like leave it modular for the ability to swing with one or the other. Let's make my own like in ability here. I don't want to have to type out this big long signature every time when I'm just going to be passing in like all the fucking same information every time. Where is it? Do I already have it copied? Yeah. Does this return a boolean? No. Yeah, so we're just gonna save that off. No longer need those. Yeah, and then let's extract the equipment component here as well. Make all those T-object pointers. We're supposed to use those now, I've heard. I have been told. Yeah, if we don't have any animations... I have to do so much checking up here if we don't have a weapon return. And there as well. Yeah, maybe I'll do this check in here. Yeah, the rest of this looks fine. Add swing to queue. Weapon. Okay. If animations is empty and yes, okay. So we pick an animation. Chosen animation. I don't know that I want to be a member now. Let's create a function for getting weapon speed. It's like calc weapon speed. Does it need a particular what? It may, depending on how we change it. Those should both be not public. And then let's put this logic. Yeah. And I should probably put that into a... Like, I already have, I think, a gameplay effect execution. Or what is it? Like a calculates gameplay effect or something like that. Calculate magnitude modifier, magnitude modifier. I have something like that. So I should maybe have another one for this one. Because this is like calculate dual wield weapon speed, essentially. So I should maybe extract that there as well. So that can be updated by like designers or in blueprints. Weapon cannot be defined. Yes. Yeah, I mean, I can't just use that one. I don't need to pass it in. That's right. It is right. But I guess if this is instanced per actor... No, I can't. I can't. Rid of that. I have to pass it along. Yeah, we do the anim weight timer. So that should probably be in here as well. Anim wait time. We don't want that to be a member either. Yeah, I don't think the anim wait timer will be in here. Will it? It'll just be the anim wait timer is going to be added to the swing time, the weapon speed. And that's what we're going to wait for in here for like the damage event and the... So I'll need two different times. Yeah. Okay, chosen animation. So let's build that struct out. Okay. Anim play rate. That is everything so far. Now what? I can get rid of that. I don't need that ability ended. That was for some debugging yesterday. End ability, I did that for debugging as well. Same with the gameplay task deactivated. Non-deal damage notify. I will need a handler for that timer. I need two timers. Do I need to store those timer handles in this struct? I guess maybe if I wanted to cancel this ability. I do need, yeah, I want some way to cancel it. And if I'm going to cancel it, I need to like void all the timers. And so I would need to store timers somewhere to do that. So we can get rid of that. Okay, so let's put the F timer handle. This is going to be damage timer handle. And then I'll need another one for swing in timer handle. Yeah. And maybe I can also add some additional notifies on the animations. Is there a way you can get notifies to happen on the server? Rather than like... yeah, I don't know if I want to go there. We'll stick with timers. But I'm thinking like maybe there's something towards the end of the swing that can be kind of canceled out. Like after we've dealt damage with the swing, maybe we just we blend right into the next animation. Something like that. I guess I maybe need do I need a swing start timer handle? They do have the wait time. But I'm just going to send that off to the animation blueprint to handle, to do what it needs to with. I don't know that I need to do anything in here. Yeah, I don't think we'll need that. Okay, so we're not going to start here. Let's just get rid of that. Whoops. Swing anim dot damage timer handle. Set timer. Oh, I have to like pass it in this way. There we go. Okay. Object equals this. Object to call the timer function on. Does that matter at all? Oh, I guess it's so it knows where to call this function at. And this will be on deal damage notify now. Which now doesn't have a payload at all. Okay, so now that's just executing on the current animation that we have, because we're going to pop each animation out of the queue. Or, not pop, what is it? What is it when you get from the beginning? Is that unshift? Or is that shift? I forget. And on, swing, end. I do want to do that. So that is going to need to happen and I'll need like a process queue function. I'll say process next in QUEUE. What did I name my queue? Swing anim queue is empty. Return there, and then I'm gonna want to put some event trigger in there. Yeah, let's just copy all of this. Process next in the queue. And then let's get rid of on swing start. Okay. Now this feels a lot cleaner, just need to fix up some of this stuff. On deal damage notify, I don't want that there. Swing in. Should I wait to calculate some of this stuff? Like, I should probably wait to calculate the anim wait time and play rate. Yeah, that's not even the right timer anymore. Yeah, get that out of here. Let's make that a ref. And this is where I'll actually want to put this under here, damage trigger time. There you go. That's what I wanted that for. Get that out of here. I guess I just pick the chosen animation ahead of time. I mean, should I even do this here? Or should I do this when it gets processed? So, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, this may need to exist outside the ability. Fuck. Completely forgot that I was going to do have other abilities work into this system as well. But that's okay. I'll keep going like this for now just to get it worked out and working, and then I can pretty easily extract it into its own component or something. Yeah, and then maybe, yeah, as I'm processing each one, I would set the timer, so then we wouldn't really need to store timers on things in the queue. Yeah. Okay, so move this. Dude, my W key is failing. So much of a hardcore gamer I am, I suppose. So really what we're doing is we're just like adding a weapon to the queue. We can still choose the weapon ahead of time, I suppose. Because that shouldn't change. Okay, and then so for the timer handles, we can just put that back directly onto the object, the ability. Anim length should just be. Yep, that's a good job. And then I don't need the second optional object, I don't think, now. Because the animation blueprint no longer needs to call back to the ability. I do think that the animation blueprint is going to kind of need its own cue, but really it only needs the current animation and the next one to know how to blend out. So that's something I want to think about as well. Yeah, and this way I'm only calculating the play rates of these swings as they're happening with whatever setup that is. Let's move this down. And then really, you know, if I were to take this into a component, it would really just be something like ability animation cue. That's really the system. That's the generic form of what I'm doing here. We'll get this to just work in an ability first, though. Yep, we choose the animation, add it to the swing cue, and then I'll just say if this is if well, let's put that in a function as well. Is currently swinging. And that'll be this logic here. If we're not, because this is a pointer, don't have one. Yeah, okay. Kind of losing like perspective on like the lifetime of this ability now that I've made it instance per actor, because like I have the end abilities happening. But, like, what does that actually mean? It just changes its active state. Like it still has state and stuff, you know. It still feels like these should be instance per execution, and then I should have it, you know, whatever system component outside of this. keep plowing ahead though. Because with how it works now, like on tick, if auto attack is enabled, my character blueprint is just like constantly checking if it has the tag, is main hand attack allowed to start? Yeah, it's checking all this stuff, and is attacking is as any one of these ones. So it'll call activate ability again for the next series of attacks. So I guess I'll just do like process next in queue after I end the ability. I guess I should more so say something like swing anim q dot is empty. If it's empty, end. If not, process the next in queue. But I mean, like, it's the same ability, but I'm triggering the ability twice. What happens in that scenario for instance per actor? Is it actually going to run this function? Because I need it to. Yeah, let's put this back into a component. I'm already not feeling it. I'm going back and forth, I'm flip-flopping. Actor components. This is really just going to be ability anim queue. Yeah, and I'll need some sort of, rather than passing the weapon. Hang on, let me look at this a little bit more just to come up with a better name. So the only specific thing in here is that I'm passing a weapon. This should really be, I should be passing probably a gameplay ability to use as an identifier. See, the thing is, I want the queue to I want the queue to be able to process and when I say I want the queue to be able to calculate the so I guess maybe I pass like a calculation function which points to me using the gameplay modifier and something like that's calculation. Hang on, Tranic, save me. What am I looking for here? What's the term I'm looking for? Gameplay effect modifiers? No, it's like a calculation. Let me search for the word calculation. Modifier, magnitude, calculation, gameplay effect, execution calculation. One of those two things. And I guess it doesn't really need to be one of these things. Modifier magnitude calculations are similar to effect execution calculations, but are less powerful, and most importantly, they can be predicted. I don't know that I care about it, because all I'm trying to do is come up with an animation play rate at the end of the day, and timers. So, I mean, yeah, maybe this can just be I can just make my own class for this, right? Let's read about gameplay effect execution calculations. Yeah, I suppose I could use a gameplay effect to, like, calculate this, which, I don't know, that seems so heavy-handed for what I'm trying to do here. Because, like, you could have it have a duration of whatever you need the wait time to be. They cannot be predicted, and they must be implemented in C++. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, for just calculating the swing timer, I don't know that I want to use gameplay effects for those. Okay, yeah, I think what I want to do here is I suppose come up with my own function signature to pass in, or my own class to pass in, or something like that. And then I can extend that class for each type of ability that I want to calculate differently. So really then this struct, the generic form of this struct, turns into these three things. And then something here, and this would be just like... I guess so I would need an ability and something to use as an identifier to pass into either a function or a class. That's called with that object. Or probably just with this struct in general. Okay, let's add a component. This is going to be called ability animq. Yeah, that seems fine. Get rid of all of this. Yeah, and we're gonna basically copy this. F ability anim Q item? I don't know. Probably just F ability anim. Yeah, and then the ability anim wait time. Then maybe just make this like my gameplay ability base. The ability, and then I suppose a member for, like I was saying, either do I want to go with a class or do I want to go with a single fun? Probably a class is the more extendable version. And I guess it'll be like a U object, right? Should it be an interface? Would there be a difference between an object and an interface in this context? Because it's not gonna be like attached to anything else. So that's like what you use an interface for, right? When you want an object to have when you want polymorphism, you want an object to have many capabilities, like interaction and stuff. This is just gonna be an object that's used for one thing. So that kind of leads towards not using an interface and just using a base extendable class. Okay, so let's create like this will be like a U, well, let's make it a property here. Make it a T object pointer, and this will just be like, call it what? Anim Q calculation calculator. My doggies need to go outside, don't they? Yeah. Soon, puppies. Give me a hot second, and I will take you guys outside. ANMQ calculator, ANMQ time calculator, because ANMQ calculator doesn't seem as descriptive. So I think I'll just call this calculator the variable calculator because it's within the right context. But then this will be like U ability anim Q calculator, something like that. Something like that, right? And then that'll be what fills out the rest of these. Okay, let's go outside, puppies. Give me 1 sec, I will be right back. Okay, we're back. We are back. Okay, yeah, let's create this little class here. I guess it's just going to be a U object. Ability anim Q calculator. Okay. Let's include that here. Let's start copying and pasting stuff over. Are you mad at me, mister? They thought they were getting food, but they're not. It's way too early for that, buddy. So I don't think equipment component or linked animation instance is going in here, but that stuff is. That stuff is, and then I want to take these ones, put them in there. Yeah, the genericness of this is going to make it a little tricky to write, but we're going to try our best. Why is this man? Why are you mad? Why would I give a shit if that's... Get everything replaced here. Swing anim is probably just going to be ability anim now. Okay, what are we? Why does this care that? Oh, because it's a ref. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and some of these, we're gonna add not swing to Q, but add anim to Q, and it's going to take in one of these bad boys. This would maybe just be called add ability to Q. And then in here, I would want to get, and I would need to make a, I'm jumping all over the place, aren't I? Yeah, import that, and then I would want to get the equipment components, take those out of here as well. I need a reference to this ability anim queue, which would just be like get, is there a drive actor info here? Yeah, okay, so get component. No, I don't have, what is it, get actor, Get owning actor from actor info. Get component by class. U ability anim Q. Okay. Now that we have this Q, I can add to it. Add ability to Q. Swing in. Okay. Yeah, I know they weren't initialized. That's okay. I hate that that's a warning. Why does it, like, yeah, I know they're not initialized. That's okay. Yeah, pass me a ref. A reference. I think I want a reference here. Oh boy, this is a lot of refactoring. Okay, now it doesn't care because I'm passing a ref. Okay. So I guess that's why I was complaining. Yeah, so I think I can get rid of this because I copied it all over. Okay, get rid of that. I don't need is currently swinging anymore. Yeah, so the flow is going to be, you execute an ability. For weapon swings, that ability is going to have a payload on it that has which weapon we're swinging with. The ability is going to add to this ability anim Q that is unique per actor. It's a component on the actor. And the activated ability, I guess, also needs to pass in the the calculator. And then maybe this needs to go like new. We do new object here in Unreal Engine. New object. U ability anim Q calculator. And then I would need to subclass this into something that would do the calculations for the animations of the weapon swings, which include what rate to play them at, how they can blend out, and stuff like that. And then the ability anim Q is going to go through the queue and start playing those. And I guess there could be like a priority here as well. So really this ability, this could be, do I need a struct for this, or should I just put all of this into this queue item class? Because I am just going to use the calculator to calculate the rest of these. And it could be a pointer. Yeah, maybe I'm jumping around on this implementation quite a bit. So it's not necessary, but maybe a refactor we can do later. Process next in queue. So let's pop back over into our anim queue. Start generifying some of this. Now, I guess the calculator is going to need to pass in which notifies we care about so that we can subscribe to them. And when I say subscribe, I mean like just set up a timer to wait for them based on the rest of the stuff. And really, that could just happen in the form of like a map of string to float, where the string could be the identifier for it. Okay, so in this calculator, we're going to need to get a play rate, get a wait time, and get a notify subscription thingo. Do I want to store the I guess the timers could be handled on the queue item itself. Rather than having a specific timer on the queue component. The queue item could have the timer, the swing timer on it, and whatever other timers need to happen. I mean, really, it should just, should I just have a single function? Just called something like, just called calculate. And it'll get passed an F and ability anim. Just pass in a ref to that, and then the calculate function can modify it as it sees fit, set up whatever timers need to happen. So basically everything in here can happen in here. Again, I'm gonna need to subclass this, but I'm just writing it here for brevity. And you know, the calculator just mutates this. And sets up the Q timers and everything, I suppose. So is it the Q component's job to send this off to the animation blueprint? Or is it the Q calculator's job to do that? I think that may be the Q's. And then get rid of that. Should rather just be get owner because this should be attached to the actor that we want to do this on. And I guess on like post initialize components is when we can set up the like the linked animation instance to call there's like a post something or other post da, 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 da. It's an actor. Why does it not have like I mean is it just on begin play I suppose then? Okay, probably just on begin play then. I forget the life cycle stuff. Begin play. My linked animation instance, we have that. So this is actually going to be, so I'm doing the weapon animation instance here, which I'll need to change into something more generic. Because I'm now kind of saying this animation instance should be on all actors. Yeah, I'll need some sort of reference to which animation instance we want. Should probably be in game mode or something, right? Should it be in game mode or should it be maybe just on the character itself? I really don't want to have to cast. To like the player character to get that information. Suppose maybe that could be on the ability, on the gameplay ability. I think I like that. Let's put it on the my gameplay ability base. That's kind of saying like what animation instance do we want to handle this? And so then I wouldn't want to do this in begin play. Okay, goodbye end play. You are no longer, since abilities can decide what animation instance should handle them. That's now going to be process next in queue. That is now going to be here. There we go. And then did I put all that extra shit in here? Okay. Yeah, I suppose I do need a timer for when it should end. Or some sort of listener on the queue for when something ends. And so the time end is get play length times and in play rates. Plus that. That's the equation there for when this is going to end. So that's the timer that I need in this class. Yeah, and then the anim blueprint should never tell me anything, because this is the controller. No, not a global variable. Create a field. There we go. On anim end. So yeah, I may also want to pass in the next animation as well for it to blend too. the animation blueprint. Something to keep in mind. No, I didn't want that. I want a function. There we go. Loop. False. Wait, what did I do here? How did I set the timer up in here? I need to add this. There we go. Now it's happy. A little bit of logging. And then reset the anim there to just an empty one. Okay. Okie dokie. And then what I want to call back to the calculator to say that it ended. Maybe? And then just pass it a doot. I don't know that I don't think I need to do anything there, but just in case in the future things want to know about it, they can do so. My doggies are quite hungry. It's not time yet. No, it's not. Okay, so now I gotta set up this, I gotta get this all resolved. Damage timer handle, do I still have that in here? Member is inaccessible. Oh, right, these are all like in the wrong class. Sec, phone call. Okay. Back. Sorry about that phone call. Where the hell was I? What was I doing? Yeah. Yeah, okay, okay, okay. Okay, yeah, I need to fix up this Q, anim Q calculator. Change all instances of that to this. Now the weapon, how am I gonna get the weapon? Now if I'm calculating the weapon speed based off of both main hand and offhand, I don't necessarily need that weapon speed. I can just do a main hand or offhand. But I would like the ability to change that. Should I see fit? So let me look back at this guy. My ability in this is like a Q item. Maybe I should rename it to that. But I guess maybe on the ability it can have an object on it. I mean, maybe in here, since this is going to be a specific calculator. You know what, let's go ahead and new class. This is going to be a subclass of ability anim Q calculator. And we're going to call this auto swing, auto attack, Q calculator. Let's create that. Okay, so now I can actually like properly do this stuff, because these are all just going to be empty now. Then this should be like a virtual, right? Virtual. And this should be virtual as well. And these ones can go in here. Let's copy those. And do override here. Okay. And we'll just copy basically all of this. And then I put the damage timer on there too. Okay. Plowing ahead. So I want now a... This is going to be... Need to cast explicitly to the U weapon primary action ability. Weapon swing ability, and then this is going to have a weapon on it. So that'll be how we get that in there. I suppose that would need to be public. Now, this ability is just like kind of acting as a container for that. I guess I could add like some sort of like optional object container on here. Or wait a second. No, I'm instantiating the Q calculator here. I don't need to cast it to the Alright, first of all, get rid of everything in here. These are now an empty. These are now an empty, yes. Okay, so I just put a weapon on the Q calculator and add it like that. And then it is just going to have a U my weapon pointer. There we go, and then here there we go. Change that back. Okay. No longer need that. Let's get rid of the imports for it to and so I should probably pass in the Q calculator as well, right? Or not the Q itself. Right? That way I can do things with it. Like, get the owner. Which I don't even know if I need that instigator there. Let's just take that out. Fuck it. Fuck it. I suppose I could go back to using weapon to get the animation instance and letting the weapon decide what animation instance it wants to be on. I don't know what would be better there. Yeah, get the equipment off the queue owner. It goes into there. And then let's also save the ability anim as well. Well, I guess I don't need that saved. Okay. What else need do? So I call calculate with this ability anim, and that'll be the auto attack Q calculator, and then I need to be populating this ability anim with anim play rates, anim wait time as well. What am I calling it? Anim wait time. My dog is whining so much. Okay, what else exists on this gameplay event data? So I need to pass an additional like float. Well, I guess the optional object. The optional object should just be one of these. It should just be that. But it can't because it's a struct, so it can't be. Fuck. So I guess that leans in favor towards having these, each of these members be on the calculator class, and having the calculator just be an item. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. Yeah, I think that makes more sense to do it that way. A bit more. And then what is the abilities role on that type of a setup? The ability would essentially just build the queue item and add it. Let's clean up the ability now. Yep, that would be... ability is now very lightweight. rid of that now too, don't need that. Don't need an equipment component either, or those. The animation instance, weapon primary action ability. Okay, yeah, that should be taken out because now the base has it. My dog is whining so much. Buddy, you have just a little bit to go. Okay, so let's take these. Plop those all in there. We'll get rid of F ability anim and instead do that. And make it a point. Yes, that needs to be a pointer as well. So in my ability and QU, why is that? Yeah, and then that'll just change to only having the Q as a parameter, because now it doesn't really need to reference itself, ever. Building anim instance, trigger event. Wait, why is that not, here? Yeah, the ability doesn't actually get the actual instance. It just has a reference to the class. Okay. Mister, you are so whiny, buddy. I know you're so hungry. Give me just a few more minutes. A few more minutes, buddy. Yeah, I'll be getting off soon, so I can feed my doggos. And do some chores. And I suppose I need to... Well, so this does the trigger event. Okay, so I don't need to do that in that calculator. Because we, where is it? We calculate. Wait, why is that not, why was that not, why did that not have a red squiggly under it? It's completely wrong type. Okay, yeah, so this is mostly right. So the animation rate is definitely not calculated correctly here, but that's okay. We'll have to take care of that next time. But I think the bones here. Oh, we gotta update this real quick too. So calculator. I don't know if I need a set weapon now though. Ability equals this. Calculator, ability, anim, chosen. I mean, I could do that in the calculator as well. I mean, yeah, that's really all I need there. Maybe change up the naming there a little bit. I think that's all good. Let's see if that builds. We did not build. Should not be used on private members. Okay. Okie dokie. Oh boy, now what? Now what? Circular dependency, okay. Okay, so the gameplay ability requires my linked animation instance. My linked animation instance requires animation instance, which requires project character, which requires weapon, which requires my gameplay. Okay, so I think weapon is how we can break this. Here, we'll just forward declare my weapon. Still no? I guess it's on the ability, so that is not the answer. We can change that back. Wait, so my weapon requires my gameplay ability, which requires the linked animation instance. Okay. So that is what needs to be forward declared. Now can we? Yeah, now these both like require each other, so that one makes a lot more sense. I didn't even include that one. What the hell? What is this saying? The Q calculator requires. Oh, I thought I was in Q calculator. There we go. Now can we? Oh god, now a bunch of other stuff needs to be like imported. Undefined use of what now? Who's what's? To import it in the C++ files now. Do I really have to explicitly do that? Okay, now we've finally built. Jesus. Jesus. Okay. But I am off for the day now. I gotta go feed my doggies, and then my girlfriend will be home soon after that, and we will be hanging out. But thank you all for chilling with me. It was a fun stream. I'm sorry I didn't quite stay moist, my guy. Hey, you too, mate. I was really hoping to come to a conclusion with this queue system, but alas, it got away from me a bit there in the implementation details. But we'll get it figured out next stream. Until then, I will